Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sam from Sam Tech, and today we have a very exciting, full in-depth tutorial on how to build your very own e-commerce website, where you'll be able to upload your own products and categorize them like so. Now this will give you full functionality of the WooCommerce e-commerce platform. And of course, it'll be built using Elementor Page Builder, the free version. And it will be based on a free Astra theme as well. ChatGPT will be used in order to fill in some content information. And by the end of this tutorial, you will have a fully built website with styling elements, with hover effects, and quality photos and tables. I will show you also how to fill up your other pages, such as an About Us page, a contact page, and everything else that is needed for your customer to simply choose a product, read its description, and add it to the cart. Now this will allow your customer to then check out and actually purchase a product from your store. If you're new to this channel, please consider subscribing and hitting that like button below. This really encourages me to continue to create content for all my YouTube audience. So without further ado, let's jump straight into building this website. We are now on our WordPress dashboard, always keeping in mind that everyone's dashboard may look slightly different, but the general layout and menu items will be the same. First things first is we're going to need to go into our plugins on the left. And as you can see, we have our default plugins that are installed with every WordPress installation. So we're going to click on Add New. And the first plugin that I like to install is one that's called Maintenance. So I will start typing in Maintenance in the search bar. And we see this one over here. And I'm going to click on Install Now. And as we can see, there's over 800,000 active installations. And I will explain to you in just a moment how it looks like. I'm going to click on Activate. And now we see we have a maintenance item in the left-hand side of the menu, as well as the top menu bar over here. Now, if we click on Maintenance, and we can dismiss this pop-up by clicking away from the screen. What maintenance does is it sets up a landing page for when you are in the process of building your website, or if you are performing some serious modifications. And if we click on Preview, it'll open up in a new tab. And this will be the landing page that your user will find when they go and type in your website in their search bar. Now, all this text and images can be modified in the maintenance setting over here. So once that's done, and we have it set to on, and we can simply toggle on and off the maintenance, I'm going to go back to Plugins, click on Add New, and I'm going to search for Starter. And right away, I'm going to dismiss this. We see that we have this plugin over here, Starter Templates, which will include Elementor and WordPress Beaver Builder templates. So I'm going to click on Install Now. I'm going to click on Activate. And from here, we're going to select Elementor. And now we have access to all of the templates that are found with the free version of Astra themes. So in this tutorial, we are building another e-commerce website. So I'm going to click on e-commerce over here. And as I scroll down, I want to specifically build using this template. We can see that there is no premium icon. So let's go ahead and click on this cycle shop. From here, I'm going to click on skip and continue. I'm going to keep all of these default colors and fonts as they are. So I'm going to click on continue. From here, I always choose to dismiss this step. So I'm going to leave this blank. We're going to keep this install and activate the Astra theme, including the customizer settings, the widgets, the required plugins, the content, and I just unselect this sharing of non-sensitive data. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on submit and build my website. This usually takes a few seconds. It is nothing too lengthy of a process. And this process will be the same when installing any other template from the Astra starter templates. So as you can see, we are about finished over here. Just a few more seconds. And finally, we're done. According to the site, it took 26 seconds. That's awesome. So we can go ahead and click on View Your Website, which will open up in a new tab. And now we have our full website installed on our domain. And as you can see on the top, we're able to customize our page, edit the page, edit it with Elementor, and play around with the maintenance plugin as well. WP Forms is another button that has appeared on the top of our website. And what WP Forms is, it's a plugin that allows you to put a user entry form, perhaps on the contact page, which will collect your name, email address, and message as an example. So what we see over here is part of WP Forms, and we're also able to add forms to any other pages as well. So let's go ahead and go to our first tab over here. And on the top right, I'm going to exit to dashboard. And we are now returned to our WordPress dashboard. Nothing much has changed, but if we look closer on the left-hand side, we can see now that we have an Astra button, which allows us to go into more in-depth settings for our Astra website. We now have WooCommerce, which is our e-commerce platform that got automatically installed with this theme. And underneath WooCommerce, we have our products. We have a payment button to set up our payment gateways, which I will show you later on in this video, as well as some analytics and marketing. Of course, we have Elementor installed and WP Forms. So one final check. I'm going to click on plugins, and we can see now that our plugins got installed using the Astra theme, including Elementor. This is the free version. Maintenance we installed earlier, the starter templates, which gives you the website templates from Astra, as well as WooCommerce, a variable swatch for WooCommerce, which is allowing you to display different variations of the e-commerce platform, and WP Forms Lite, which is the plugin allowing you to input and take some user forms. Now, if you haven't already liked this video, I will encourage you to do so, as well as considering to subscribe to my channel, which will really encourage me to continue to create awesome content for all my viewers out there. So let's head back to our dashboard, and we're going to prepare ourselves for the next section of this video, where we're going to really dive in and start editing our website content. So please stick around. All right, so we are back on our WordPress dashboard over here. And in this section of this video, we're going to start editing the actual contents of our website. So if we go ahead and open up our website in a new tab, we can right click on my blog on the top left and do open in a new tab. This is what our website looks like at the moment. Clearly it is a bicycle and bicycle accessory e-commerce store. And we want to edit this into a portable speaker, microphone, and audio cable store. Now, if we click, for example, on the bicycle menu item, it will bring us to our bicycle category page from WooCommerce, showing our bicycle products. And if you stick around in this video, you will see how to completely change this into, for example, the portable speaker. So let's go back to home. And what I like to do is start to edit the website from top to bottom. And first things first, we're going to need to go into our customizer by clicking on customized in the top left over here. And this opens up our customizer menu. Now we can see that everything in the middle of the page is not really editable from this customizer center, and that's because this will be done with Elementor. But if I were to hover on the menu on top, we can see that we have these little edit icons that pop up, and that's because this menu is editable in this customizer. First things first, I'm going to want to change my logo. So I'm going to click on this button over here, and this brings up our logo customizing menu. Now I'm going to do change logo, and I'm going to drop a logo that I've created in Canva. And if you watch one of my videos on my page, which I will link below, you will see a short tutorial on how to create your very own logo. So this is my logo. It's a little bit hard to see, and that's because I created a white text on a transparent background. But let's just trust the process and click on next or select. I am going to skip cropping. And we can see that our logo has appeared over here. And if I want to change the size to make it a little bit bigger, we can start increasing this logo width on the left. So let's go ahead and start to increase this size just a little bit. let's keep it at this 125 pixels for the moment. Now, since we are in this logo customizing menu, we have the option of changing my site title, whereas right now it is simply my blog. So I can go ahead and change this to Sam Sounds. And we can see already in the top tabs over here that it has changed to Sam Sounds. And instead of my WordPress blog, let's put something more interesting and say e-commerce store for audio lovers. Perfect. And I am satisfied with this settings over here. So let's go ahead and click on publish to save the changes made. So now if I go back to my dashboard and open up my website, well, let's actually refresh this page. So we can see now that my website is called Sam Sounds. Now open up this in a new tab, and we can see the tab saying Sam Sounds, e-commerce store for audio lovers, as well as my new and updated logo. So I am satisfied with this. And the next step is to create our menu and update these pages from bicycles and accessories. And I want to add portable speakers, microphones, and audio cables, or perhaps just cables. So, as I said earlier, these pages are coming from WooCommerce product categories. So we will need to edit our WooCommerce product categories in order to have the appropriate pages. So keep in mind that all these colors can and will be modified later in this video. So in order to modify these menu pages over here, we're going to need to go back to our dashboard, and on the left hand side of the menu, we're going to go down to products, and we're going to go into categories. Now we can see here that our categories for our WooCommerce products, right now we have uncategorized with 0 items inside. We have accessories and bicycles. So these two categories correspond to our pages over here, bicycles and accessories. So going back to dashboard, I want to create a new category. So I'm going to click on the left hand side and give it a name, and I will say portable speakers. We will have to give it a slug, which will be a URL friendly version of the name. So let's keep this all in lowercase and write portable speakers. Parent category, we will leave none, and description for now, we can leave it empty. So let's click on add new category. And we can now see that portable speakers has appeared in our list of categories. Let's create one called microphones and put a slug microphones. Add new category. Perfect. And the final one, let's call it cables. The slug will be cables. And we can click on add new category. So here we have our 3 categories over here. Now, how do we get these categories into our menu up here and remove these old ones? I will show you this right now. So in order to do this, first we need to notice that if we go back to our customizer tab over here and we select this edit button, we have a primary menu where we have some settings and we can configure it from over here. So let's click on configure menu and we can see that the menu over here is our main menu. And if we click on edit menu, we come to this setting box over here. So we have home, bicycles, which is a category of products, accessories, about us, which is an Elementor page, and contact, which is an Elementor page. So we want to go ahead and start adding our new product categories. So let's click on add items. And if we go into categories over here, we can see that we do not see the new categories that were created. And that's simply because I did not refresh our customizer page after changing our product categories. So if we go back to customizer and hit on refresh and repeat the same process by going on this edit icon over here, configure menu, edit menu, add items, categories, product categories. We can now see our portable speaker, microphone, and cables have been successfully added to this list. So let's click on portable speakers to add, microphones, and cables. So now over here on the left, we can see all of the menu items, as well as an updated menu on our actual homepage. Now, of course, we want to remove bicycles. We want to remove accessories. And we want to change the order of these items by placing the contact at the end. And now we have successfully updated our menu up here. Now let's click on publish. We can go back to our website page over here and go back to home. And now we have successfully updated our menu on top. Keeping in mind always that the colors and font will all be edited later on in another section of this video, so please stick around till the end and I will show you how to do all of that. And now we are ready to really start editing the rest of our homepage over here. So let's jump to that section right now. Okay, so we are ready to dive into the real editing. And just a reminder, if you are enjoying this video, please consider liking and subscribing to my channel. It really encourages me to continue putting out these kinds of videos. Now, in order to start editing this intersection of our first page over here, we're going to need to go into this Edit with Elementor button. And we are now in the Elementor page builder section over here. Now this navigator element on the right, we can close it for now. And at any time, if we wanted to open it on the bottom left over here, we can click on navigator and it will show up. And what this navigator does, it allows us to really see all of the elements in each section of Elementor in case we get lost or if we want to hide or unhide a certain element. So for now, I'm going to close this. First things first, we have our first section of our page, and we want to change the background image as well as the text over here. Now for the text, I have ChatGPT opened up in a new tab, which we will be using extensively for this video in order to fill up the text information on our site. First things first, I'm going to click on this little button of 6 little dots over here. This allows us to edit this section over here. Now on the left hand side, once I clicked it, we have this edit section menu that popped up. And I'm going to go first into style. And we can see here that we have a background image of a bicycle. So we want to change this. I'm going to click on choose image. And we can see the previously uploaded images that came from our Astra template. And I'm going to go to upload files over here. And I'm going to simply drag a picture that I have taken from the internet. And this image is one of a microphone. Now I'm going to go, once it's selected, to select. And we can now see that our microphone page has been updated with this image. And we have some color filters as well. Here we can see that we have a sort of a dark brown color that is hovering on top of the whole image. We can leave it as such. And if we scroll down to background overlay, we can see that we have a 2-color gradient going from this dark gray or dark black into this orange color over here. And like I said in a previous section, we will be editing the colors at the end of this video. So please stick around until then. For now, I will leave the color scheme as it is. So we can start editing our text over here. Newly launched, we can write a new title by clicking on this title over here or by clicking on this edit button over here. So now we have the edit heading section on the left where I can simply go in and I'm going to change newly launched to new product. And over here we have another element. By clicking on it, it's another heading. And I'm going to change this to Newman. And I will give this a random product name, Newman XCT 205. Why not? Now for specifications over here, if we wanted to edit this text, we can always click on this edit button. Specifications we can leave. And by clicking on this button over here, we have an icon list where we have 3 different specifications, which each include this icon over here. Now, if we wanted to change this icon, we can go into icon library, where we have access to a whole bunch of free icons for us to choose. Perhaps we want to use a check mark or an arrow, and you're also able to upload your own icon as well. So let's do something different. Let's do this forward icon over here. since it is more of the audio theme. So let's click on that, insert. And we will have to change the text to match something that is more towards this microphone. So in order to do that, we need to go into the text over here, and let's change that to, we can keep lightweight steel design. If we go into our next icon list item, once again, let's change this. Now we know it's called forward, so we can just start typing forward. Insert. Let's change the text to high frequency range. And the third item, once again, icon library, search for forward, insert. And let's add a third specification. And let's put low power consumption. Okay. This over here is a button element where we can change the text. We will eventually be adding a link to a product page, and all of the button configurations to page links will be done as well in a later section. Right now, we're really focusing on building the main frame of our website, the main skeleton. So let's leave it like that. We can change buy now to shop now simply by changing this text, for example. And if I am satisfied with this section, I'm going to click on update at the bottom left. I'm going to want to go back to my dashboard over here and open up my website in a new tab. And we can see now that our main page has been updated with our new microphone picture, as well as our new product description. And colors and button links will be done in a later section, as I've previously mentioned. So no need to worry about how exactly the colors look. So if we scroll down, we are at our next section over here, new arrivals, and we can see that there's clearly a typo over here. And in order to change this section, once again, we can go back to our Elementor editor over here. And here we see something interesting where we actually do not see the products that appeared on our website. We do not see them in the Elementor editor. Now, why is that? If we click on this edit button over here, we can see that we have this shortcode element that is being used. So what is exactly shortcode? Here it is a WooCommerce shortcode, which allows you to build a custom element using code, in this case from WooCommerce. And I have it in another tab opened up to better explain. And I will be putting this link in the description if you would want to read further into it. So what this WooCommerce shortcode provides is a way to build a custom page, custom element, table, where you can add your own product attributes and you're able to display the exact types of products and information that you would like to put. Perhaps you want to have a table with 4 of your products over here. Maybe you want to have your 4 products in a 2x2 matrix, maybe in a 3x1 matrix. You can select perhaps your best-selling products or your newest products, or maybe from specific categories. So if we go back to Elementor, we can see that this shortcode over here is basically saying, show me 4 products in 4 columns. Oops. Show me 4 products in 4 columns. Visibility, I want my featured products. And my categories, I want only the bicycles shown over here. So we can see something interesting. I played around with the text and had to do a undo Control-Z action. And now we actually do see that these products appear over here, but we are not able to edit anything here because this is really a shortcode element. So I will leave this as is for now. And once we actually add our products to our WooCommerce product list, I will come back into here and change these product shortcode in order to reflect what we want to show. So for now, I can click on this heading over here, and I want to at least fix the typo and leave it at new arrivals. I'm going to click on update. And if we continue scrolling down, you will get to this next section where we have a preview of our categories of products that we are selling: mountain bikes, city bikes, and specialty bikes. We're going to want to change this to portable speakers, microphones, and audio cables. So let's jump right into that section and start editing these text boxes as well as images. So let's dive into this section over here. First thing I'm going to do is want to change the background images to reflect my audio e-commerce website. So once again, I'm going to click on this button over here to edit this section. We're going to go into style, and I'm going to change this image by clicking on choose image, upload files, and I'm going to take one from my desktop over here for my portable speakers. And I'm going to click on select. Now we can see that we have our first image over here. Let's do the same for the other 2 categories. Let's click on this section, edit section, style, choose image, upload files, and let's bring in this one for my microphone section. Click on select. Perfect. And for the 3rd section, edit section, style, choose image, upload files, and I'm going to bring in this image over here for my audio cables and hit select. So now we have our images that have gotten updated over here. And we are ready to jump in and start editing the text. So in this section, we have over here a heading, another heading, a text editor, And once again, we have this icon list with 6 elements and another button over here. So discover the collection. Oops, let's start at this one over here. So let's change this heading over here by clicking on Edit Heading. And instead of discover the selection, let's change this to listen to your music. Now let's select this heading over here and let's change this to portable speakers. And now we're going to go into ChatGPT in order to provide me with some information to replace this text and heading over here. So let's go to ChatGPT and I'm going to give it a prompt and say, provide me with a subheading for a portable speaker category for my e-commerce website, as well as 6 bullet points for further information. Now let's see what that gives us. Okay, so clearly here it did not exactly understand what I meant by subheading, and that's my fault. Bullet points, it gave us more information than we needed, but we can definitely take these 6 bullets over here: long-lasting battery life, wireless connectivity, etc., etc. So let's give it another prompt in order to change our subheading over here, because really I want to add a sentence or two that'll better complement this title. So let's give it a prompt and say, give me a sentence or two summary for this title. This is exactly what I wanted. Explore our diverse collection of portable speakers designed for exceptional sound quality, portability, style, perfect for those who want to enjoy their music on the go. So let's go ahead and do Control-C to copy. We go back to Elementor, and by clicking on this element, I'm going to highlight this dummy text and do Control-V to paste. Perfect. And we want to start editing our 6 bullet points. So let's click over here to Edit Icon List. Let's go to this first item over here. Now we're going to need to change the text and eventually the icon if we wish. So let's start off with the text. So let's do this rather quickly. Let's go to ChatGPT, copy this superior sound quality, Control-C copy, go back here, paste, go back to ChatGPT, copy this, go to the next one, paste, ChatGPT, copy, Elementor, click over here, paste. Let's go to this icon list over here. ChatGPT, wireless connectivity, copy, click over here, change this title, paste, copy, go over here, paste, copy, go over here, and paste. And I'm not going to start changing every single icon over here step by step. I will do the first one just to remind you how to do it, and I will fill in the rest afterwards. So let's click on this item over here, and we can change this icon by clicking on Icon Library. And we can find something that's appropriate. Before we had a forward button, maybe there is a play button. So let's click on this play icon, insert. And for colors and styling elements, we would need to go into style and start changing the colors and size, but we will do that later on. So here we have our play button over here, and I will continue to edit the rest of this elements. And this section is looking pretty good. Let's click on update real quick. Let's go back to our website over here. Scroll up and click on refresh. So far we have our landing page element section over here for our new microphone. This we will edit once we change and update our products. And here we have our portable speaker section, which is starting to take shape, excluding these different icons. And we have our new background sections over here. So let's go ahead and continue the customization of these sections. So let's head back to Elementor. Okay, we are back in Elementor now. So let's go ahead and repeat the process that we did for this section for the following two sections over here. Once again, we can click on this element over here to edit this heading, and let's change this from discover the collection. So here we put listen to your music. Let's change this to record your music. And let's click on this heading over here and change this to microphones. And let's head back to ChatGPT. And since we have already given the prompts for portable speaker, I want to change this elements provided to fit a microphone description. So I'm going to simply give it a prompt and say, repeat the 6 points, but for a microphone section. Okay, so we have similar bullet points, but better adapted for microphone section, as well as a repeat a summary for this microphone section. Okay, first things first, let's copy this summary over here. It's a little bit long, so perhaps let's copy all of it and see if we need to cut any of it out. So Control C to copy. We go back to Elementor and let's click on this text editor over here and hit on paste. So if we go to our previous section, we can see we have roughly 3 lines of text. Here we have 4. So let's remove perhaps some of this text and see when we will reach the 3 lines. And we can leave it as such. And once again, we will start filling out our 6 bullet points over here. So let's click on this edit icon list. Let's go back to ChatGPT and let's copy this first point, Control C to copy, back to Elementor, click on this title, paste, go back to ChatGPT. Let's click on copy, go back here, go to our next title and paste. Back to ChatGPT. Let's hit on copy, go back to our title and paste. And let's continue that for the rest of our titles. As you can see, once you have done it for quite a few elements, the procedure is a lot of copy and paste. And I will go back to the first one here just to remind everyone how to change your icon. Maybe there is a record, which is already similar to this one, but let's just change it for the sake of example. And I will go ahead later on, as I stated earlier, and change the rest of the icons. Now let's quickly do the last section over here. So let's click on this heading. Let's change this to connect your music. Let's click on this heading and change this to audio cables. Let's go back to ChatGPT and give it a prompt saying repeat 6 points for audio cables. Perfect. And repeat summary for this audio cable section. Excellent. Let's copy perhaps this section over here, copy, go back to Elementor, click on this text editor, highlight the dummy text, paste. Now we have 3 lines, perfect. And once again, we are going to edit these 6 bullet points over here. Now I'm not going to go and walk you through that because we have already done it twice. So I'm going to stop talking for a moment and I'm going to do my copy and pasting, and I'm going to change all of my icons as well to reflect the styling of the first one as an example. So I will be back in just a moment. All right, so I am back here, and as you can see, I have updated the rest of the icons as well as finished this section over here. So I want to go ahead and click on Update on the bottom left. And I want to go back to my website tab over here, and let's hit refresh to see where we are so far. So far, main page is looking good, keeping in mind that this section will be updated once our products are uploaded. And here we have our nice section of our product category introductions. We have portable speakers, we have microphones, and we have our audio cables. Keeping in mind that we will edit the colors and styling later. And another reminder, if you are enjoying the video so far, to please hit the like button below, as well as considering to subscribe to my channel. So let's go ahead and start editing the rest of our home page. Over here, we have another section, why choose Creo or Cryo. Now we're going to edit this to reflect our e-commerce store. So let's go back to Elementor. And let's scroll down over here. And first things first, we're going to click on this heading and change Cryo to Sam Sounds, which is our e-commerce store name. So why choose Sam Sounds? So here we're going to want to find 5 reasons why our e-commerce store is one that is reputable enough to shop from. So let's go back to ChatGPT. And I'm going to give it a prompt saying, give me 5 reasons why my e-commerce store, and in parentheses, that sells portable speakers, microphones, audio cables. Give me 5 reasons why my e-commerce store, or rather, give me 5 reasons why to shop at my e-commerce store. Let's see what this spits out. I am pretty content with this list. Wide product selection, quality assurance, competitive pricing, customer support, fast and secure shipping. So let's go back to Elementor. And let's start editing these elements over here. So we can see that we have one section that has 2 columns and another section with 3 columns. First things first, we're going to want to change our background images to reflect our store. And in order to change the background image of this column specifically, we will need to click on this Edit Column button over here. And we're going to go into Style. And as previously done, we need to change the image. So we're going to click on Choose Image, Upload Files, and I'm going to choose an image from my desktop over here, just as a image filler. Let's click on Select. I'm going to do the same for the other 5 columns. So Edit Column over here, Style, Choose Image, Upload Files. Let's bring in this image and let's continue the process. Edit Column, Style, choose image, drop your file, select, edit column, style, choose image, drop your file, select, edit column, style, choose image, and drop your file, select. Now let's go back to ChatGPT and let's start putting in our reasons why to shop at my store. So let's select this first one, wide product selection, copy, go back to Elementor. Let's click over here and we have something that's called an icon box. Even though we do not have an icon displayed, it is used rather to have this kind of layout with a title and a description. We can add an icon if we wanted to, but we're going to leave it as such. So since we already copied the first reason, we can select this title and hit on paste. And we can select a little bit of that first reason for a description. So let's go back to ChatGPT and let's copy this sentence over here. Let's see if it'll be too long. Go back to Elementor and let's paste it over here. It is a little long, but we can keep it like so for the moment. Now let's go ahead and do the same for the second reason. Let's go back to ChatGPT. Let's put competitive pricing. Let's leave it in this order. Let's do quality assurance, copy, Elementor, select this icon box to start editing. Let's paste the title and let's copy some of the text. Copy, let's paste it here. Perfect. And let's continue with these descriptions over here. So here we're gonna simply be editing a heading. So let's continue copying the third reason. We can paste it here. Let's copy the fourth reason. Let's click this and paste it over here. And let's select the fifth reason. And let's paste it over here. We will be editing the styling and colors later in another section. So please stay tuned till the end of the video. So for the moment, I am content with how this is looking. So we can always click on update to save our changes. And let's continue scrolling down. Once again, we are brought to this section and we will find another shortcode over here. Since we go back to our website and let's hit refresh. So here we have why choose Sam Sounds. There is a slight hover effect over here, but we will make it more pronounced and more stylish later. This is another WooCommerce shortcode section where instead of saying explore accessories, we can display, for example, our audio cables or microphones. It's really up to us to decide. So we will only be able to really change the shortcode once we upload our product in a further section. But for now, let's go back to Elementor and we can change at least this heading from explore accessories. We can say explore our microphones. Okay, this is a button saying view all. We can keep it as such. And eventually in another section, once again, we will be showing you how to link this button to a specific page. Okay, so far so good. Let's continue editing this page. Once again, we can click on update to save changes. And in this section, we are able to perhaps put a link to a YouTube video of some kind. And, here we have a title over here. So I'm going to change this title and I'm going to write learn how to connect your audio system. Okay, so bear with me. Over here we have a section. It is a column where we need to click on edit column once again and go into style. And I'm going to change this image, of course, to better reflect my e-commerce store. So let's click on choose image, upload files. I'm going to upload a file from my desktop and click on select. And this is reflecting a YouTube video where I show you perhaps how to connect your speakers to your computer or your audio recording equipment, such as a microphone, and how to use audio cables, etc., etc. Over here, we have an icon, which right now is a simple play button. And over here is where we would be able to add a YouTube link as an example, where the user can click and end up watching the full video. So everything here is editable, such as this heading, watch full video. I can say, discover our full tutorial, for example. Okay. Let's continue scrolling down very quickly. And here is another heading and text editor, along with a button to perhaps convey a message to join some kind of program, some kind of tutorial, or a learning program of some kind. So we can go ahead and change this heading, and we can use ChatGPT for this. So let's go to ChatGPT and I'm going to give it a prompt and say, write me a heading about joining a newsletter about audio equipment, and then I will say related to this website. So let's give that to ChatGPT. Okay, I like this title. Stay tuned to sound excellent. Join our audio equipment newsletter. Let's copy that, go back to Elementor, and let's paste it in this dummy text over here. So I'm going to delete all of this and hit paste. It is a little bit long, so what I'm actually going to do is cut this portion out, and I will paste it in this text editor below. Now I will copy this portion and I will go back to ChatGPT and I will say, expand this with a colon and paste this portion over here. Okay, clearly it is giving a much larger description, and that's okay. So I'm going to select a portion of this text. Let's copy this, go back to Elementor. Let's paste it here. Okay, I am liking how this is looking like so far. We can go into this button editor by clicking on it. And let's change this from join the program to tune in today. Why not? I'm going to go ahead and click on update. And I'm going to continue scrolling down until we reach the next section. So this is our final section of our homepage that is editable in Elementor. Because if we continue to further scroll, we have this footer section, which you can see is not editable in Elementor since we do not see any edit button. And that's because this will be done in the customizer, just as the heading was done in the customizer. So let's quickly finish this section over here. And we want to reflect our first section over here, our Newman XCT 205. So let's first of all click on Edit section. We can go into Style, change the image, upload file, or in this case, we could have just simply reused our previously uploaded file, and that's okay. I'm going to click on Select. So here we have our microphone image. And we're going to change this section, this heading. Let's remove this old heading. And what did we have over here? We had Newman XCT 205. So let's copy that. Let's go back down. Let's go back to our heading over here. And let's paste our text, the all-new Newman XCT 205. We need a piece of text over here. So let's go to ChatGPT and let's write, give me a piece of text to put under, and now let's do colon and paste my text. Okay, perfect. This is quite a long piece of text, but let's take a little chunk of that, crafted with precision and attention. Let's give it another prompt because it does not understand that it is a microphone. And let's say the prompt will be rewrite, but make this product a microphone. Perfect. Let's copy this, go back to Elementor, select this text editor, select all this text by typing Control A, delete, and now Control V to paste. We are able to put a little bit more. So let's grab another sentence or two, copy, go back to Elementor, and paste. Okay, it is a little long, but for now I am happy with the outcome. Once again, we have a button over here where we can change the text, we can change the link. We will eventually be putting a link to a product page. For now, we can keep it like so. Now let's click on Update. And let's go back to our website over here. Let's scroll all the way to the top and hit refresh. So far it is looking pretty good to me. This will be edited shortly. We have our sections over here. Why choose Sam Sounds? Explore our microphones. This will be edited shortly. With a little section to demonstrate a tutorial video, as well as a sign up button for a newsletter. And another section over here to demonstrate our newest product. So in the next section, I'm going to show you how to edit your footer. And this will more or less conclude the at least well-defined skeleton structure of our homepage. So let's go ahead and jump into that footer edit right now. All right, so let's start editing our footer. And if you remember correctly, we need to go to our customizer in order to edit the footer section, just as we did for the header. So I have my customizer in this tab already opened. I'm going to hit on refresh just to reflect all of our changes that we have done so far. And if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, we are presented with our footer section. And first things first, we are able to change our logo over here. So let's click on this edit button over here. Once we click on edit, we can dismiss this pop-up. We can see that we have our footer section that is divided by widgets. So widget 1 is what we are editing right now. This reflects a icon over here where we can replace or edit the image. We have a menu over here called useful links, one called our collection, one called account. And we also have what's called a below footer section where we have a copyright as well as our social icons. First things first, let's edit our icon over here. Let's click on that. And we're going to replace our image with our icon that we have already uploaded over here. So let's select it and let's go down to add to widget. And we can now see that our icon has appeared. Let's continue to this useful links section by clicking on edit this menu. So this menu name, here we can change the name of the menu. We can leave it as such, or we can do site links. Where we have now our homepage, shop page, about us, and contact us. So I'm actually going to click on publish right now because I believe we perhaps ran into a little bug which I want to further explain. Let's click on refresh. And if we go down to our footer, okay, we can see that we are still using this useful links, but I want to select this over here. And I want to figure out why our menu name is not being called site links. Perhaps if we go to our website page and hit refresh, and if we go all the way down to the bottom, we still see that useful links is being displayed. So let's go to customizer and let's try and figure out this issue. So menu name, site links. Let's just move on for a moment. So we have our homepage, shop, about us, contact us. Let's go back and let's actually click on this edit footer section. So here we have widget 1, widget 2 is what we want to edit. So let's click on edit this widget. or perhaps we need to click here once again, and let's go into general, and let's click over here. Okay, perfect. So just to repeat how I found this actual title over here, we need to click on this general settings icon. We then need to click on this box on the left hand side here. The menu is called site links, which is what we renamed it, but the title over here is where we need to actually change the title, and I will write site, or rather website links, just for sake of example. So website links, we have home, shop, about us, contact us. Perfect. And similarly, I want to edit this menu over here. So let's click on this, our collection. And instead of mountain bikes, city bikes, specialty bikes, I want to reflect my e-commerce store. So let's actually remove this mountain bikes over here. Let's do remove, 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 and remove. Okay. And I want to add my items. So let's add, let's go to categories, rather product categories, and let's add portable speakers, microphones, and cables. Perfect. And if I want to change this title over here, once again, I'm going to click on this edit footer button. Widget number 3, let's go into general settings. Let's click over here and change the title to our products. And you can similarly follow the procedure if you would want to edit this menu over here, where we can put links to, let's say, a customer login, a dealer login, addresses, payment information, or payment methods. We can put perhaps a link to our privacy policy or a shipping policy. It's really up to you. But for all intents and purposes, I will leave it like so. And if we scroll down a little bit, we can see that we have a copyright section over here. If I were to click on this edit over here, once again, we are confronted with shortcode. So copyright written with these square brackets will provide us a copyright symbol. The current year will provide the current year that we are writing this code right now, or viewing the website even rather, and the site title. And if we wanted to add some text, I can simply put something like discover your next audio equipment today, as an example. And we have our social icons over here, where I can either click here to start editing, or I can hover and find this edit button over here. And once again, I can edit these social icons by, let's say, clicking on Facebook. I can change the label. I can put a URL to my Facebook page. I can change the icon. I can hide even an icon. Let's say I do not have Twitter. I can click on this eyeball over here to hide it. And likewise, I can actually add a social icon. Let's say I have I don't know, let's say a LinkedIn page. We can add a LinkedIn icon. And once again, click on LinkedIn, change the label if we wanted to, and I can put my URL to a LinkedIn page. So I'm pretty sure this footer is looking the way that I would want it to look. And we're going to go ahead and click on publish. Okay, now let's go back to our website page. Let's go all the way to the top and hit that refresh button. Just to be sure we did not forget anything, we have our header over here with our menu. This we will do shortly by uploading our new products. And as we scroll down, likewise over here, we now have our new footer section with our updated logo, our new menu items over here, as well as our below footer section with a copyright and a little sentence next to my site title, as well as the social icons if we had chosen to include or not include, depending on what our company is providing. So I think what we're going to do for the next section, instead of conventionally changing the About Us page, we can do that a little bit later on because I really want to start adding our products to our product list in WooCommerce in order to start populating our shortcode elements on our page, as well as providing our portable speakers, microphones, and cables pages. For example, if I were to click on portable speakers, we clearly have no elements over here. We still have our accessories and bicycles from our default template. If I were to go back to the dashboard as an example, and now we're going to go into products and all products, we can see here that we have all of our default products from our bicycle template. And in the next section, I'm going to, first of all, delete all of these products, as well as upload our own products, our own speakers, microphones, cables, and our e-commerce store is really going to start to take shape. So please stick around, and I hope so far you are enjoying this video. So let's jump right into the next section. All right, so we are at the next section of this video where we're going to start populating our own products for our e-commerce store. And I'd like to take this chance to remind everyone, if they are enjoying this video, to please like and consider subscribing to my channel. It really continues to encourage me to create nice videos for everybody. So we are on our dashboard over here, and I'm going to go ahead on the left-hand side and click on products and all products. So this is our list of default products that came with our Astra theme for our bicycle store. And before I start to edit each one over here, I want to kind of give you a very quick overview of what this product, the settings really look like over here. So first of all, I'm going to view this in a new tab by right-clicking and opening in a new tab. So here we have this product over here, product page. This is called a single product page. And if I go back to my products settings over here, I'm going to go into edit for this first one. So what do we have here? We have a title over here, which will represent this title over here. We have a product description, which will correspond to this description below over here. We have a product short description, which will be represented in this short description over here. Something to notice is that we have 3 sizings for this product: large, medium, and extra large, and they each correspond to a different price. This is found in this product by choosing product data variable product. Because it is a variable product, if you were to go into variations, we can see that we have large, medium, extra large. And for each one, if we click on expand, let's say for large, we have a separate price, for medium, a different price, and for extra large, a different price. And of course, we have on the right-hand side a product image where we can add more than one image and create a small gallery. And we have a category selected, in this case, accessories, which shows up over here under accessories. Product tags, right now it is empty, but I will populate it for our custom speaker, microphone, and cables categories, as well as some extra settings on the right-hand side, which we do not need to worry about. So I'm going to go back to products, all products, and I'm going to simply select all of these default products and delete them because I do not need them. So I'm going to do bulk actions, move to trash, apply. And now we have a blank slate where we can start building our e-commerce store. So first step to adding a new product, we're going to click on add new. And let's set a product image on the right to know what we are working with. So I'm going to click on set product image. I'm going to go to upload files. And once again, I'm going to go from my desktop over here, and I'm going to bring in my first speaker. I'm going to click on set product image. And now we have our image set over here. Product name. I want to, of course, use the help of ChatGPT. And in order to do that, let's go to our ChatGPT tab. I'm going to drag it over here. So I will give it a prompt and say, write me a product title for a blue and red portable speaker. I'm going to also say, provide me a description and a short description. And let's see what it gives me. Okay, so let's grab this product title over here. Let's copy that. Let's go back to our add a new product page and let's paste that over here. Let's grab the product description. It is a little long, so let's grab perhaps the first 3 paragraphs, copy that, paste it over here. And the short description, let's grab this, copy that, and let's go ahead down here and paste. So we need to fill out the rest of the product data. In this case, it is a simple product and not a variable product, because we do not have these attributes such as size or color. It is a single, simple product. So first steps, we need to add a price. Let's say $45. We can put a sale price, but for this specific product, we'll leave it as so. We can go into inventory. We can create a custom SKU. So actually, let's ask ChatGPT to provide that. So let's say, provide me with a custom SKU. Here's an example. So we can copy that, paste it here. We can track stock quantity if we wanted to. So we can say, you know, we have 10 of these items in stock. Shipping, we can add some shipping information. For now, we will leave it blank. Attributes, we do not have attributes. Advanced, we can leave it as such. Perfect. Now on the right-hand side, very important, we're going to select a product category. In this case, it is a portable speaker. I will eventually delete the old categories such as bicycles and accessories. So we have portable speakers. Product tags will help the user search for your different products across your website. And we separate the tags with a comma, so we can put speaker, comma, you know, red, blue, Bluetooth. Let's do add. So these are just some separate tags. And I believe I am content with this product. So let's go ahead and click on publish over here. Let's go back to our all products page, and we can see that we have our first product nice and in stock with our price and our categories correctly set. So we can view this, and this is what our new product single page looks like. For my speaker, we have a SKU, we have a category, we have some tags, we can add to cart, we have 10 in stock. Perfect. Now, let's go up here to our menu for portable speakers, and let's see if the product got correctly added. Sure enough, it did. So this page, as we saw in a previous section, represents a product category of portable speakers. And as I start adding products to this category, we are going to populate this page. So let's go back to dashboard, and let's go back to products and all products. And let's add a product to my second category. So let's go add new. As I did before, I want to set the product image first, just so I can have an understanding of what I'm working on over here. So let's do set product image, upload files. Now I'm going to go to my next section of microphones, and let's bring in this image over here and click on set product image. Let's go back to ChatGPT, and I'm going to say repeat the above steps, but for a sleek black microphone. So it is providing me with a product title, description, short description, and a SKU. Here we are. So let's grab this product title, Sleek Black Studio Microphone, copy, go back to my add new product page, paste. Let's grab this description, first 3 paragraphs, copy. Let's go back here and paste. And let's grab the short description over here, copy. Go back here and paste. Custom SKU, which will be placed underneath, where did this go? Oh, sorry, under inventory SKU. Okay, so we have a simple product. Let's put a price of $125. And for this case, let's put a sale price of $115, just so I can show you how the sale will actually look like over here. Okay. Now, what else do we need to do? We need to set the product category on the right-hand side to microphones. We need to add a product tag such as microphone, black, pro. Okay. And if I'm satisfied with this product, let's go back to inventory and do a track stock quantity. And let's put a quantity of 6. Okay. If I'm satisfied over here, we can click on publish. Now I can go back to my all products page and we can see that we have a new product for my microphone with a SKU, in stock, a sale price, categories, and tags all correctly done. If we go back to my website now, okay, let's close this tab. Now I'm going to click on the top 2 microphones. We can see that my product has appeared on this page with a sale price and a discounted price shown over here. Keeping in mind that all visual edits and styling will be done in a later section of this video. Already we can see that we have microphones and portable speakers being populated. So I'm going to do one more for my cables product category. And this one will be interesting, so stick around for that part because we will be using a variable type of product in order to have different sizing and different pricing depending on the size and length of cable. So let's go again to add new. As usual, I want to set a product image. So let's do set product image. And I'm going to upload one from my desktop over here. Let's go like this. Okay, set product image. Product name. So if you do know about audio cables, this one is like an aux to RCA converter kind of cable. So let's go to ChatGPT and I'm going to say repeat the above steps for a aux to RCA red and white cable. Let's see what it spits out. Okay, high quality aux to RCA cable. I like the title, but I'm going to, well, let's just copy this, go back to this page and paste. I'm going to remove red and white. And we can keep it like so. High quality aux to RCA stereo sound link. Perfect. Let's grab the product description. Copy that, paste. Let's grab the short description. Copy, paste. And now let's get a little bit more interesting by selecting variable product. Okay. And the first thing when we choose variable product is we're going to go to variations, add some attributes. First, we need to go to attributes before variations. So these attributes is what's going to differentiate the different, sizes, lengths, colors, for example. So let's add a new attribute, add new, and the name will be length. And for the first value, for example, we're going to put, so these are multiple values. So here we do not need the second attribute. Let's remove that right now. So length, so we have to put a value separated by this character here for the different options. So we're going to have, as an example, 1 meter followed by this character. 2 meters and 5 meters. Let's click over here on expand. Okay, first let's save these attributes. So now we have length. If we go to variations, generate variations, click on OK. So here we have 1 meter, 2 meters, and 5 meters. Okay, this is where I want to create the expand capabilities. So let's click on expand. Now for each one, we can create a custom SKU. Let's start with that. So let's go to ChatGPT and say, provide me 3 SKU for 1 meter, 2 meter, 5 meter. Okay, so I like this SKU over here. Let's copy that, go back to my page and paste it over here. Regular price for this 1 meter, let's say $12. We can also manage the stock and say that we have 30 of these in stock. Okay, we will not put a sale price. We can put weight and shipping, but we will leave it like so for now. Let's continue to scroll down. Will be the 2 meter one. So let's copy the SKU from ChatGPT, paste it here. Manage stock, regular price. So if 1 meter was 12, we can say that 2 meters is 18 and it is on sale for $15. Stock quantity, we have 15 of these. Okay, perfect. And for the 5 meters, let's copy this over here. Let's paste it, manage stock. Price for 5 meters will be $32. We have 9 of these in stock, let's just say. Let's save these changes. On the right-hand side, we need to put the category to cables. And product tags, we can put cable, RCA, as an example, and let's hit publish. So I want to go to my website now and be sure that this product appeared correctly. So on the top, I'm going to click on cables. And sure enough, we have our high quality aux to RCA cable. So there's a sale, and we have our 1 meter variant at $12, our 2 meters on sale for $15, and our 5 meters for $32. If I were to click this product to go into more details, we have our short description here. We have a nice hover effect over the product. We have our longer description over here. And we have our variable pricing as well as our variable stock of the products, depending on which variation we choose. So if I go back to cables on top, we can see that our product category page is starting to populate, as well as our other categories on the left-hand side, reflecting what we have done for the previous pages. So now we have one portable speaker, one microphone, and one cable. If I go back to my product page over here, back to all products, we can see that now our 3 products are displayed. We do not have a SKU for this, and that's because we had put one for our custom cables over here. If we want to add one for general speaking of all the cables, let's go back to edit. And over here, we can just grab one of the SKUs and just call it aux RCA SL. Let's paste it here just for simplicity and click on update. Go back to all products. And now we can see that we have our SKU correctly shown over here. And only once we go in, we can see the variations as well as the different SKUs. We have a price range for the different variations and the categories correctly set up. Now, the process will be obviously exactly the same when you want to start populating the rest of your products. So I will not walk you through the step-by-step on how to do each one. I'm going to do it and speed up the video. So let's meet back up in a few moments. And in the meantime, you may sit back and watch my process, and we'll reconnect in just a bit. So stay tuned. All right, as you can see, I have finished populating my list of products over here. So we have a few cables, some microphones, and portable speakers. And I followed the exact same steps as I outlined earlier. We have SKUs for each of the different items, as well as a stock tracker for each item. Keep in note that over here we can see, as an example, we have 5 in stock, 22 in stock. For these ones, the reason why it is not being displayed next to it is because it is a variable product where we have different lengths for the cables. That's why as well we have a different range of prices along with the correct categories and tags. So let's go back to our website over here. And I'm going to go right away to our portable speakers item in the menu. And we can now see our product category page for portable speakers. We have our 5 items listed over here with the price, sale price if applicable, product ratings if applicable, as well as a filter on the left if we want to filter by price, recently viewed products, and different categories. So we have portable speakers, we have microphones, and we have cables, along with the different variables, such as length in this case. So we can see that as I select the different the different lengths, the prices will change accordingly. And at any time, I can click on an item. And here I am presented with the short description, the SKU, category, tags, as well as a long description. So far this is looking pretty good. The next thing we need to do is go back to our home page, where if you remember in a previous section, we have this right now empty element over here, which is represented by our WooCommerce shortcode. So I'm going to go ahead and open up Elementor. In this case, I will open it in a new tab. And I'm going to scroll down to this shortcode area over here. So this element, I am going to click on Edit. And if we go to the left, we can see now our shortcode over here. And if you remember, I have provided the WooCommerce documentation for the shortcode. And for the sake of this tutorial, what we need to change right now is simply the category over here. As you can see, we have category and we have bicycles. So I want to change bicycles, and I'm going to put speakers, since we have a speaker category. Now, if you're not sure exactly how your category is spelt, we can go back to our product tab over here. And sure enough, if we look at categories over here, or if we go on the left-hand side to categories over here, we can see that this category name is actually called portable speakers. So let's go back to Elementor. And I'm going to now write portable speakers. We might have to edit some other things, but for now, I'm going to click on Apply, and I'm going to click on Update. And once again, we're going to go back to our website tab and hit refresh. Okay, so how come our products did not appear? The reason for that is if we go back to Elementor and to our shortcode, we can see that we have a visibility option set to featured. And in order to select these featured products only, if we go to our dashboard tab and into all products, we can see that we have a column here with a star, which is dedicated for featured only. So we want to put our portable speakers. In fact, we only want to put 4 of them as featured. So let's go ahead and find portable speaker over here. We can click on featured like so. We have another one here. We can click on featured. Let's do featured and featured. So at this point, we're going to then click on apply. And now if we go back to our website tab and click on refresh, okay, we still have an error over here where we do not see the products. So let's go back to Elementor and see what is happening. So we have portable speakers, featured. Perhaps it is requesting the slug of the category, where if we go to categories, remember that our slug is just portable speakers, one word like so. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, go back to Elementor, and I'm going to paste it over here. There you go. Now I'm going to click on apply, update. Now let's go back to our website over here and hit refresh. Perfect. So now you can see that with the power of WooCommerce shortcodes, we are able to customize a table, in this case of 4 products and 4 columns. And this is looking very good for our home page. Now, if we scroll down, remember that we had a second shortcode over here, explore our microphones. In this case, let's go back to Elementor. And we're going to scroll down to that section and find the shortcode element over here. And we're going to edit this. And once again, we need to change the accessories to microphones, keeping in mind that it is the slug of the product category that is going to be used, as well as select a couple of featured elements from the products. So let's go back to our product category tab. We can see that for microphones, the slug is just simply microphones. So we can copy that and go back into Elementor and paste it over here. And in this case, I did not have to change any featured products, and it still worked out. So visibility set to featured. We will need to review the WooCommerce shortcode, but for now it is not an issue. So we're going to click on apply and update. Once again, we're going to return to our website homepage. Let's hit refresh. And let's scroll down to see if everything's working out. So we have our new product over here, some new arrivals over here, and at any point I can click on one of these elements and it'll bring me to the single product page. So let's go back. We have our portable speaker section, microphones, audio cables. We have this section over here, and we have explore our microphones, where once again I can click on one to bring me to this page. Let's go back. And as we scroll down, we can see that the rest of our homepage is looking complete. So as of right now, we have our homepage finished, except for the styling elements, which will be shown in a later section of this video. We have our product category pages, which are also looking complete, short of the styling. And before we get to the styling, what we're going to have left to do is editing our About Us page, as well as our contact page. So let's jump right into the next section. All right, we are ready to start editing our About Us page. So let's go ahead and visit that page. And we're going to jump straight into our Elementor editor. So let's click on Edit with Elementor. And first things first, I'm going to remove this picture over here as it is not needed. So in order to delete any element in Elementor, we simply need to click on the X to delete the intersection. So let's delete that. And what I want to do is change this background, and I'm going to need to click on this edit button to edit the section. Now I'm going to go into style, and we'll need to change this image. So let's do choose image, upload files. And what I'm going to do is actually upload a GIF. And yes, you can use a GIF as a background. So I'm going to click on select. And if you're curious as to how I've created this GIF, well, I have a full tutorial, which I will leave a description. I will leave a link in the description below, which allows me to take any video and create a GIF from it. So in this case, I have this abstract black and white GIF being used as my background. And what's left here is to perhaps change this heading by clicking on this edit heading. Instead of who we are, we can simply put about Sam Sounds. And if we notice, this heading is not exactly centered in this section. So how will we change that? Well, we need to go, I believe, to this edit section once again, and on the left hand side we're going to go to advanced, and we can see that there is padding on both the top and the bottom. So if I were to increase the padding on the top, we can see that this heading is being pushed down because we are increasing this value over here for the padding. So in order to have it centered, we need to have equal values. So I will change this top value to 120. And now we are centered. If I want to create a greater gap, let's say we do 180 and for the top and 180 for the bottom. So for now, we can keep it like so. I am content with that. We can click on update to save the changes. And I'm going to close this pop-up at the bottom, which is prompting you to upgrade to Elementor Pro, which I am not using. I am, of course, using the free version. Okay, this is looking good. Now, moving on to the next section. Here we have a timeline of, let's say, 6 different stories that represents my company. Now, what I'm going to do is, of course, use the help of ChatGPT in order to generate some stories for my company. But of course, feel free to put your own stories that corresponds to your company. So let's head over to ChatGPT, and I'm going to give it a prompt and say, give me a 6-story timeline of my company history, comma, and I will say include the years. Now let's see what this is going to provide. So we have inception, expanding the product range, online presence and e-commerce, customer-centric approach, innovation and partnerships, global recognition. Okay, so going back to our Elementor page, we're going to need to start editing each of these stories over here. So the first one, I'm going to copy the inception, copy. I will go into my Elementor and click on this section over here, this element, which is a heading. And I'm going to simply paste the inception. Keeping in mind that we can put a link, perhaps to a blog post or to a YouTube video, if I had more information and wanted to expand on this story. But for now, we'll leave it like so. So we have the inception, 2010. So let's click on this element, which is another heading, and put 2010. And of course, we're going to need to change the image over here to better reflect my store. So let's click on Edit Column. And we're going to go into Style, choose Image, and upload files. And for this image, once again, I'm going to drag an image from my desktop over here and click on Select. So here we have the inception. Next, I'm going to just simply repeat the process. So expanding product range, copy. Let's go back to here, click on this edit heading element, paste. The year we have is 2013. So let's click over here and put 2013. And we're going to click on this edit column, go into style, choose the image, and we're going to go to upload files and simply drag another photo. Perfect. Click on select. Next, we have online presence and e-commerce. Let's copy that, go back to Elementor, click on this heading, paste. We have a year of 2016. And once again, we're going to click on this edit column button, go into style, choose image, upload files, and I'm going to drag a photo, click on select, and here we have our online presence and e-commerce picture. So let's continue. Next, I have customer-centric approach. Copy that, go into here, select this heading, paste. The year we have is 2018. Why not? So let's click on this heading, change this to 2018. Click on the edit column button, style, choose image, upload files. And for this one, I'm going to simply put another microphone picture, select. And now we have 2 more to do. So let's go back to ChatGPT and copy this innovation and partnerships, copy that, go back to Elementor, click over here and paste. The year will be 2020. And let's edit this column, go into style, choose image, upload files, and let's bring this image into the scene and click on select. And for the final one, we have global recognition. Let's copy that. Go back to Elementor. Click on this heading over here. Select the default heading and paste. And we can change the year or keep it at today. This looks pretty good to me. So we'll leave it at today. Go into this edit column, style, choose image. And once again, upload files. And I'm going to bring this photo into the scene, click on select. And now we have this open over here. So far, so good. Instead of explore the stories, I can click on edit this heading and we can put something of the tune of stories of Sam Sounds. Okay, so we have about Sam Sounds, stories of our company, or stories from our company. Perfect. So let's go ahead and click on update. And let's go back and to our dashboard tab, and I want to open up my website in a new tab just so I can go and see how the changes are being reflected. So let's click on About Us. And here we can see that we have our GIF background is looking pretty cool. And we have stories from our company. And I will show you how to increase the styling of these elements in a later section. And I will also, in that styling section, show you how to fix this little gap over here. It is not a big deal, but we can definitely improve the padding. So let's carry on. So we have another section here called Our Process. And we have this join program section, which is going to be similar to our home page, and another advertisement for our new product. So let's continue with this editing. We're going to go back to Elementor over here. And let's scroll down to the next section. We have our process. So I'm going to go back to ChatGPT and give it another prompt. I'm going to say, provide me with a 4-step process related to my company. Let's see what it gives us. So we have product selection and curation, rigorous quality control and testing, customer-centric service and support, continuous innovation and expansion. So let's copy this over here, product selection and curation, copy, go back to Elementor, click on this section over here, which is actually an image box. The image box consists of an image, which there is none in this case, but we are free to add one. We have a title and a description. So let's paste this in the title. And for the description, we're going to take perhaps 1 or 2 sentences. So let's grab this. It might be a little long, but we can see how it's going to turn out. So let's copy. And let's paste this here. Okay, it is a little long. So perhaps we will choose a shorter sentence like this one. It is less long and we're going to roll with it. So let's grab the following 2, 3, and 4 processes. Rigorous quality control and testing. Let's copy that. Go back to Elementor, click over here, copy, paste it in the title. Let's grab a sentence, copy, and let's paste it over here. And we can change the wording to once we have acquired a selection of products, next step is to implement rigorous quality control and testing processes. That's good. Number 3, we have customer-centric service and support. Copy. Let's paste it here in the title. And let's grab another sentence like this. Copy, go back to Elementor and paste it over here. And for the final one, continuous innovation and expansion, copy that, go back to over here, click on this image box element, paste it as the title, and we're going to grab a sentence over here. Copy, and we're going to paste it in the description. Perfect. If we wanted to edit this heading, we simply have to click over here and edit, but our process seems fine to me. Moving along. Now we have this section over here, and if you remember, if we go back to our website tab and go to our home page, we can see that we have already built a section called Learn How to Connect to Your Audio System. And I'm going to simply want to copy this complete section and paste it over here. So I'm going to show you how to do that right now. First things first, we're going to need to have both our home page open in Elementor as well as our About Us page. So let's go back to our website tab. We are on our home page. Okay. And we're going to open up our Elementor page builder over here. So now we have home page in one tab, Elementor, and we have About Us page open in Elementor. So let's go to our home page. Let's scroll down to our section that we want to copy. And what I'm going to need to do is simply, instead of clicking this intersection, I'm going to right click and I'm going to click on copy. So now I've copied this whole section. We're going to go back to About Us. I'm going to scroll down and find this section that I do not want anymore. I'm going to click on the X to delete this intersection. Okay, now this is going to be the, I wouldn't say tricky part, but you just have to be a little bit careful. So we want to insert a section below here and on top of here. So in order to do that, we need to go to the section right below it, click on the plus. Okay, now this opens up a prompt to either add a new container or some other options here. I'm going to simply right click on this plus and I'm going to hit on paste. So now you see that our section has appeared over here, which is exactly the same from our home page, word for word, element by element. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Really, the tricky part is just making sure that you've inserted it in the right section, or rather above or below the right section. So scrolling down, we're going to do a similar thing from our home page for this section over here. So if we go back to our home page and scroll down, I want to put this section and replace this section here. Once again, I'm going to click on the X over here to delete this section, making sure that we are on our About Us page. So let's delete this section. Okay, let's go back to our home page. And once again, I'm going to right click on this Edit section button and hit copy. Go back to About Us. And since we are at the bottom of the page, we are already provided with this prompt to open up a new section or container or theme, etc., etc. So all I'm going to do is right click over here and hit paste. So now we have this section, which is the exact same from our home page. So from our About Us, I'm going to now click on Update to save the changes. And I want to note that if we go back to our home page in Elementor, I do not have a prompt to update this page, and that's because we did not do any editing. We simply copied and pasted. So be sure that you did not change any elements or styling. This should stay grayed out, and that is the case. So since we've completed this About Us page, I'm going to close this tab. ChatGPT I will keep open. Our home editor in Elementor will also close. So now I'm going to go back to my dashboard and open up my website in a new tab, just to ensure that my home page did not change. Okay. And to go to my About Us page, just to verify that our edits have saved. So let's go to About Us. So here we have our header with the GIF background, and I will post the link in the description to my tutorial on how to create a GIF to be used on your own website for free. We have stories from our company, keeping in mind that the styling section of this video will really show you how to add your own flair and colors. We have our 4-step process. We have the repeat section from our homepage on a tutorial on how to connect your audio system, and a prompt to sign up to a newsletter, as well as a section demonstrating a new product of ours. And of course, we're going to need to link these buttons, also done in a later section, to our single product shop page for this new microphone. Having said that, this concludes our About Us edit. And what's going to be left to do after this is our contact page. So let's jump straight into that section now. All right, we are on our contact page where we have a few sections. And first step is to enter our Elementor page builder by clicking on Edit with Elementor. And before we start editing these sections, I'd like to take a quick moment once again to kindly ask to like this video and consider subscribing to my channel if you are enjoying these videos. It really encourages me to continue to produce awesome content for everyone out there. Let's edit this section by clicking on these dots over here. And I'm going to want to change the background by going into Style, Choose Image, Upload Files, and I'm going to bring a picture from my desktop. Click on Select. Okay, so now we ran into an interesting bug where the image has been uploaded and pasted as its full size, and we do not see what we want to see. So how do we fix that? On our left-hand side here, we see image size full. That's okay. The attachment fixed, we're going to want to change that to scroll. Already that improves our header over here. And actually what I'm going to want to do is increase the size of this section. And I'm going to simply remove this heading because I am putting a picture with the words contact us. It'll be redundant to have both. So let's click on this. And I can either hit delete on my keyboard or I can right click and go down to delete. So let's go back to this edit section over here. And I'm going to go to advanced and start increasing the padding at the bottom. As you can see, the image is now coming into screen. So let's keep it somewhere like that. So we have an even 200 and 200. If we go into style, we have a position of center center. If I start playing with these settings, we can see that the image will change its layout. So we're going to keep this as center center. We have image attachment set to scroll. If we were set it to fixed, the image would stay put as we scroll, but in this case we want to keep it as scroll. If we go into layout, we do not need to change any of these settings. If we go back to style very quickly, we can see that there is a background color that is being laid on top, as well as a background overlay, which is being overlaid on top. So if I simply unselect this gradient, we can see that this image overlay disappears and it becomes a clearer image. So I'm going to remove that for now. And we're going to continue editing this page, keeping in mind that styling elements will be updated in a later video. So we will come back to this and edit it if needed. Next section here, we have a Google Maps element. So on the top right of this section, a little hard to see, but when you hover over any element, you have that little edit button. So let's click on that. And this is a Google Maps element where you can input any address and you can play around with the zoom depending on what exactly you want to display. That's even if you want to display a map. Maybe you are simply an e-commerce store without an address, and you would simply have to delete this section if you do not like it. So I can change this location and I can keep it very broad if I want to. I can simply put New York City. Think of it as your standard Google Maps, where you can input a very specific address, you can put a name of a restaurant, you can put a name of a city or a whole country. So here we have New York City, which is very broad. We can zoom in as much as we want. And we can change the height of this whole Google Maps element. So it was set to 400 and we can keep it at 400. You can go into style and you can play around with a whole bunch of different styling elements. But we will edit the styling elements in a later section. So for now, I'm going to keep it like so. And if we scroll down to the next area, we have 3 different icon box elements, it's called. So we have an icon with a title and a description. So this default theme gave us 3 areas to put phone numbers. But instead of phone numbers, we can put anything we want. We can put email addresses. So let's say for our sales related inquiries, instead of a phone number, we can put, as an example, sales@samsounds.com. We can change the icon by clicking on icon library, and we can search for one, maybe sales or money or store. I'm trying to find something that is more appropriate. Let's select this one just for sake of argument. So here we have sales. Instead of service, we can put, for example, product related inquiries. We can change our title to product@samsounds.com. And we can change the icon to perhaps, again, you can search, you can visually go through, you can also upload your own icon. Since we have a microphone, speaker, and cable store, let's put a microphone over here, like this one. Insert. And for the third one, we can delete it if we do not want by right-clicking on this edit column and delete. We can keep it as a phone number, 555-0123. And instead of dealership related inquiries, we can put something like affiliate related inquiries, and change the icon to, I don't know, you would need to put perhaps another icon. Let's put this one for fun. If you had a fourth one that you wanted to add, you can right click on any of these edit column buttons and hit duplicate. Now we will have a fourth one, which you will be able to edit. And if you made a mistake and do not want to do that, you can do Ctrl-Z on your keyboard to undo the last action. Once again, for each of these icon boxes, we have the possibility of putting a link, perhaps to your email address to open up in your visitor's email client. You can put a link to another website or to open up a phone dialing app on the phone in order to make a phone call. And of course, you can go into style and start changing the colors of the icons, etc., etc. For now, I'm going to leave it like so. And I'm going to jump to the next section over here. First, let's hit on update just to make sure that our settings are saved. And we are confronted with this over here. Now, once again, if I try to click on edit over here, this is a WP Forms element. Now, what is WP Forms? If you remember in the beginning of the video, let's go to the dashboard very quickly. One of our plugins that got installed with our theme was WP Forms Lite. Now, if we go on the left-hand side, we can see a WP Forms button. Let's click on that in the menu. And what WP Forms does, as previously mentioned, it allows you to create many different kinds of forms, user entry forms. And in this case, we have one that is pre-built called contact form. Now, keep this name in mind, contact form. If we go back to our Elementor tab, we can see that this WP Forms element is using contact form, and that's the only form that we have. So this contact form, which is built using WP Forms, will be used to collect a user name, last name, email address, and message. And when they click on send a message, that message will be sent to a predetermined email. In this case, by default, it's going to go to your admin email of this website. But within WP Forms, you're able to edit this contact form and go into all the different settings in order to see where this email will be sent to. So within here, we're able to change the different fields. We're able to add fields or remove fields. And we have a bunch of different settings to also play around with it. If you'd like a more detailed tutorial on WP Forms, please leave a comment below and I will definitely consider creating one for you. But for now, there's no worry to go into any of these details, so we can just simply press on X. And we're going to go back to Elementor and leave this box as it is. One thing that I'd like to note is we have definitely an imbalance of styling over here. We can see that this element, this heading, is way above the box of this heading over here, and it doesn't look very nice. So what I'm going to want to do is take this heading. Okay, it is already placed correctly on top. What we have here is an issue of padding, or rather spacing as well. If we click on this edit column and go into advanced, we can see that we have a margin of -100. So as we start decreasing this number closer to 0, which is what we're going to want eventually, we can see that this heading, and rather this whole section, this whole column, is being pushed down. And we're going to want it to be exactly the same as this one. So how do we ensure that? Well, we can go into this column over here, edit column, advanced. You can see that there is no margin and there is padding of 80 everywhere. So let's try and replicate that by going back to this edit column. We're going to remove this margin and actually put a padding of 80 everywhere. Now by doing 80 everywhere, we can see now that our headings align. And since we're here, a very quick tip is this button links all the values together, which is selected now. So as I increase or decrease, all the values will change. If I were to unselect this button and play around with one of these settings, only that setting will change and the other values will remain the same. But in this case, we wanted to keep it even. So we have 80 all across the board. So we have let's get in touch. If we wanted to edit this heading, we can put send us a message. Here we have our contact details, which is another heading. We have our hours. And since we are an e-commerce store, truly we are open 24/7. So if we do not even want this, we can hit delete. We can click this element, hit delete on our keyboard. We can click this and hit delete on our keyboard. We can keep location if we wanted to. We can feel free to write anything you want over here. New York City. We do have some contact information here. And here we can write, instead of contact us, we can put general inquiry. And this text box here, we have a phone number and an email. So we can just change to, info@samsounds.com. And phone number, we can put just a random phone number, 555-4321. So this contact page, we're going to keep it pretty general, and we're not going to put too much detail here because this is not really our prime focus of our website. So let's click on update, and let's go back to our dashboard tab. Go back to dashboard. Let's open up our website in a new tab, and let's go to our contact page. So already we can see that I do not really like how this image has appeared. It clashes with our menu, and quite frankly, it doesn't look very good. The rest of the page looks pretty good to me. In the styling section, we're going to have to fix some of the padding here and here to make it a little bit more presentable, and there's a little bit too much padding here as well. So let's fix this section right now because I'm not extremely happy with it. So back to our Elementor editor, let's scroll all the way up to the top and let's start working on this section right now. Here we have a column with nothing in it. So we can click on this column, right click and hit on delete right off the bat. And I believe there's another one inside. Okay, it's not a big deal. We can just leave it as such. So let's edit this section once again. So we do have an image, and the image is first of all cut off, and I'm not very content with that. So in order to do that, let's try and playing around with these settings. No, that is not going to work either. Let's leave this as default. Position, center, center. This might be where we need to play around. So if we go into custom, we have an X position and a Y position. So let's see what happens when we start playing with these values. Let's keep this back at 0. Perhaps it's the Y position that's going to be the most important. Yes, so let's play around with these values until we get what we're looking for. And I think we're going to need to actually increase this container size altogether. So in this section, if we go to advanced, I'm going to actually increase this padding from Let's change the bottom padding from 200 to 250. Now let's go back to style and play with this Y position over here. It is a little bit better. And we have our X position over here. We can increase some more padding at the bottom. A little bit of padding on the top. And when we go back to style, we can play around with the Y position just a little bit. And the X position just a little bit. This is a little bit of a tricky process. And if we remember in our other tab, there's a clash with our background here. So I'm actually going to go back to our background overlay section here. And I'm actually going to re-click on gradient, even though I unselected it last time. And I believe this is going to actually help our menu to not clash so much. Let's click on update right now. Go back to our contact page and hit refresh. Okay, so clearly we have an issue over here. We're going to need to go back. And perhaps the background X and Y position is what is screwing it up. Sorry for the language. So let's, instead of custom, put back to center. Or instead of center, custom. It's going to be the X position that is not happy. Let's leave the X position at 0 for now. Hit update. Go back to contact and hit refresh. And it is already better. If we want to remove some more contrast on top, we can go to the edit contact, go down to background overlay, and this gradient is going from this relatively transparent color to black. We can increase this color from less of a transparent, more transparent to less transparent. As we can see, it'll become darker on top. And perhaps we want to make the second color more transparent and make it lighter at the bottom. So kind of inverse what it looked like before. We're going to go into the styling a little bit more into detail in another section, but let's click on update. Let's go to contact, hit refresh, and it is already a little bit better. Not perfect, but it is okay for now. We will fix this page in the following section. Do not worry about that. But for now, we have completed the basic structure of our contact page, which means that we've actually completed the basic structure of all of our pages. And finally, it is safe to say that we are ready to go into the styling section of this video. So if you've made it this far, thank you very much for sticking around, and I will join you in the next section. Okay, we've made it to one of the final sections of this tutorial where we're going to go into the styling elements of our website. Once again, a friendly reminder to please consider liking this video and subscribing to my channel. It really encourages me to continue producing tutorials like this for everyone out there. Now, the styling is what's really going to make your website pop, as well as help to keep a consistent color theme throughout the site. Now, we can notice that there is a default color scheme. There's like this somewhat orange or salmon colored red. That is consistent with our buttons and icons. So let's dive into how we're going to start editing these elements. So first things first, let's go into Edit with Elementor. We are on our home page, of course. And what I like to do is also have our website opened up in another tab. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So here we can go and see our changes as we do them in Elementor. First thing I'd like to do is actually select another default color besides this one in order to keep a consistent color scheme with our website. Now, if I go to my website tab, I'm going to want to select this pinkish color that is taken from my logo. And I want to keep that consistent with this color over here, filter, as well as my buttons and icons. So how do we do that? Well, first you need to know the color code of this logo, which is found in the app that you've used to create your logo. So in my case, we're going to go back to Elementor. We're going to need to edit this section over here by clicking on this Edit Section button and going into Style. And if we go to Background Overlay, we can see that we have a gradient overlay where one side is this darker color and the other side is this orange-ish color. So what I'm going to do is click on this orange box over here, and I'm going to either paste or start typing the hex code for my pink color found in my logo. In my case, it is DA00CB. So this color is the color represented in my logo over here. Don't worry right now about how strong this filter is. We're going to reduce its color. But since this is the color I want to keep consistent with my buttons, for example, I'm going to want to create a new global color. Now, if I were to click on this Create New Global Color, I need to give it a name. I'm going to call it Sam Sounds 1 as an example and hit Create. Now, what this allows me to do is in the future styling edits of my other elements, I'm going to be clicking on this global button over here, which brings up global colors where we can see we have our default theme colors. And if I scroll all the way down, we have my color code correctly saved. So right now we have this filter color set to my color, and I want to decrease its strength because it's a little bit too strong. So in order to do that, I'm going to go down to opacity. And as you can see, by decreasing the value as it gets closer to 0, 0 would be completely transparent, or opaque rather. And by increasing it, I will get the full color over here. So we want to, of course, still be able to see the microphone. So we can keep it somewhere around here for now. Let's say 0.35. Next, I'm going to want to change the color of my button over here. So let's click on this Edit button. We're going to go into Style. And I'm going to go down to the background color. So we have background type, classic color, and we're going to need to choose the color by clicking on this global button, scrolling down to my custom color, and now we can see that the color of the button changed. So let's hit on Update, let's go back to my website tab and hit refresh. So now right away we can see that my color has updated and it corresponds to my logo as well as my button over here. Now it's going to be a similar procedure for the rest of the buttons and icons. But before we do that, I'm going to want to add a couple more styling elements to this section over here. So back into Elementor. What I'm going to do now is click on this edit heading button. I'm going to go into advanced. And this is really some advanced styling which will really make your elements pop. We can go into transform, and on hover, I'm going to do something called scale, and I'm going to put a value of 1.1. Now, what is this going to do? It means when you hover over this header, we can see that the heading is now popping up. And if I repeat the same hover transform settings for the rest of the elements, so let's click here, go to advanced, transform, hover, scale 1.1, we can now see that both of these elements are popping up as I hover over them. I find that gives us a very nice effect. And we can repeat the same for the other elements. We can go into advanced, transform, scale 1.1. Oops. Not on normal, but rather on hover. Oops. There you go. And likewise, we can do it for this icon list. You're able to add these transforming motion and styling effects to almost any element, including a button. So let's go ahead and edit this button, advanced, transform, hover, scale, and 1.1. So now when we hit update, go back to our website and hit refresh. This is what our homepage is looking like so far. I find that it gives this a nice element. Now we can go one step further. Let's go back to Elementor. And there's something called motion effects. So let's go with the first element here. So this heading in advanced, we're going to go down to motion effects, and we're able to add an entrance animation. Now there's a whole drop-down list. Perhaps you want to do fade in, so you can see that the element fades in down, there's zoom in, there's bounce in. There's a lot of different effects which I encourage you to play around with. So let's say we want to do something like bounce, rotate. So let's do bounce in. You can change the speed from animation duration, slow, normal, or fast. Let's keep it normal. You can add a delay if you wanted to, but we will not delay this one. The next element, we will go into advanced motion effects, bounce in. Here we will add a delay, and you'll see why in just a moment. So let's add a delay of 200 milliseconds. And let's repeat the same for the rest of them. Let's click on specifications, motion effects, entrance animation. We can start typing bounce, bounce in. Here we did 200. Let's do 400. Let's go to the next one, edit, motion effects, bounce in, delay of 600. And the last button, we can edit, motion effects, bounce in, and let's do a delay of 800. We're going to click on update. And now when we go back to our website and we hit refresh, I want you to pay attention to how our elements here are going to appear. So let's hit refresh. You see that? So now we have our elements that are appearing slightly delayed one after the other, as well as a nice hover effect, which gives some life to your website, I find. So I'm satisfied with this first section over here. Let's continue scrolling down. This section is nicely styled. The elements are properly spaced and looking good. What we can of course do is add something to this heading over here by going back to Elementor. Once again, you can click on this edit heading, go into advanced, go into transform, hover, scale, and you can change this to 1.1. Feel free to play around with the numbers. This is 1.1. If you did something like 3, it's going to really pop up, which is, in my opinion, a little bit too large. So I like to keep it subtle but tasteful. So 1.1, perfect. And as we scroll down, likewise, we can add similar effects to anything over here. But at the minimum, I want to change the colors of these icons and buttons. So let's click on this edit icon list. And I'm going to do it just for the first one, and I will complete it later on. I do not need to go step by step for you all, but so let's go into style, icon. And for me, it's a matter of simply changing the color by clicking on this global color, scrolling down, and using my Sam Sounds 1 global color. So we can see that applied to these icons. I need to do the same for the other ones. And similarly as above, by clicking on this edit button, going into style, background type, going into the global color selector, and scrolling down, I'm able to change this button color over here. I will repeat the same for these icons, as well as these ones, and the buttons that go around with it. If we continue scrolling, we can also see that we have a hover effect. If you notice, when you hover over these images, or rather these columns, we can see this darker color filter being applied. Now, what if I want to change that into my default, my custom global color, and maybe make it a little bit more pronounced? So let's start off by clicking on this edit column button, going into style, and hover. We can see that we have the normal color over here. There is a background color of this dark shade. Background overlay. Okay, this is what I wanted to get to at. Sorry. So the background overlay, which is going to overlay a background over this column, we can see that we have a normal and a hover. So on hover, it is actually going to hover to a gradient, starting from this almost transparent color to this darker color. Now, what if I went in and changed this second color from this dark to my theme color? So on hover, you can now see that my background has gotten overlaid for this column. Once again, it is a little bit too strong for my liking. So all we need to do is continue scrolling till we find opacity. I'm going to start to decrease this and see how it affects the transition. So it is still quite strong. it is less strong. So let's try 0.25. We can see it is subtle, maybe too subtle. 0.35. We can keep it like this just for sake of design. 0.45. I'm going to leave it at 0.45. There's also a transition duration, which you can play around with. And if I'm happy with how this looks, I'm going to remember these settings. So I have my global color on hover for the second color. We have opacity 0.45, transition 1.5. So let's go ahead and do the same for this one. So I'm going to click on this edit column, go into advanced, go into style, background overlay, hover, change the second color to my theme color. Opacity, I believe, was 0.45. You see, if I forgot, I'm going to need to go back to the first one, go into background overlay and hover. So we have 0.45, 1.5. Let's go back here. Background overlay. We have on hover 0.45, 1.5. Okay. Now, of course, if you find that there is too much contrast between the text and the image, like in this case, for example, we would need to play around with the colors a little bit more by case basis. So let's say in this edit column, if I were to increase the opacity even a little bit more, you can see that the contrast is already a little bit better. So I'm going to go ahead afterwards and do the same for the remaining images, but I just want to give you an example of how we can play around with these colors. Likewise, I will go ahead and add a how do we call it over here? A transform effect on hover. We can add this to almost any element, like I said, a scaling element. So this is looking good, right? Now if we continue down, once again, we can add a transform setting to this heading, and I'm going to change my button as well as I did earlier. Everything here is looking good. We can add different effects to make this pop over hover. We can add an entrance to any element. You know, if I wanted to click on this, edit heading, go into advanced, motion effects and entrance animation. We can do a fade. We can do a bounce. Some are a little bit more bold than others. So I'm going to keep this as bounce. We can make it bounce slow. You know, this can bounce, and then we can add an effect to this whole column if we wanted to. So edit column, advanced, motion effects. So we have bounce on top. We can do slide in if we wanted to. You know, we can make it a little bit more extreme if we wanted to. Of course, we can then add a delay in order for the second element to appear after the first one. So let's put like 250, so on and so forth. Likewise here, we can add some effects. Now, what if I wanted to improve the contrasting here between text and image? You know, I can change the background color of this whole column if I wanted to. I can also change the background of a simple element as well. What I want to show you is, let's say we edit this column. I'm going to go into style, and background I want to change on hover. I want a classic color, and I'm going to go with my Sam Sounds. So we can see when I hover over this, yes, it is extreme right now. We will need to improve that. Let's make that a little bit better by going into gradient. Okay, and first color I want to be my Sam Sounds, and the second color, let's go with one of these darker colors over here. And we can change the location of these colors by playing around with these values. So as I increase or decrease this slider, it'll increase and decrease where the colors start and stop. But bear with me for just a moment. Let's do something like this, because I want like a subtle theme color on the top of this area. Now, how do I make these colors more transparent? I'm going to now, instead of clicking on my default color, now that I've selected the colors that I wanted, I'm going to click on this box, and I need to simply start dragging this slider here, which will make my color more transparent. So let's say somewhere like here, we can see that my color is now becoming a little bit more transparent. If I want to make it more subtle, even more subtle, we can now see that there's a subtle color which is very transparent. And we're going to have to repeat the same for the bottom one. So let's drag this slider quite transparent. Now we have something like this. And we're going to change our color of the button, of course, by clicking edit, going to style, color, and choosing my color. So now it looks something like this. Of course, with each element, I can go ahead and click on edit, go into advanced, transform, hover, scale, and I can put 1.1 or whatever else you like. Now I'm going to hit on update, go to my website tab, hit refresh, and this is what our website's looking like right now. Now we have a more consistent color scheme with some nice effects. We have some scaling styling to do. This I will continue editing the colors. Here we have our effects for our hover animations. Another button to update. We missed it here, but if we hit refresh right now, pay attention to the next section as we scroll down. So we can see that we have some animations done. And our final section at the bottom, highlighting our new product for sale. So I'm going to go ahead and finish editing the colors and adding some more scaling effects to this page and perhaps some entrance animations. And after that, we're going to jump to the next pages and similarly edit the other colors and perhaps add some more effects. So I will be back in just a moment. Okay, so I'm back and I went ahead and finished updating the colors for my homepage. As you can see, my icons and buttons are all now set to my default color, my global color rather. So we have our effects. And also on my About page, I went ahead and edited the colors of these buttons in a similar fashion. So if we see here in Elementor, all I had to do was click on this heading, go into style, and I can select my text color over here. We have another hover effect, and here I have done another hover effect for this whole section, this whole column, and I left the last one blank in order to show you how I did that. So if we go back into our About Us in Elementor, what is needed over here? Well, first of all, I selected this edit heading button, went into style, changed the color, of course. And to get the whole column, what I did was selected the edit column button, went into style and background and hover. I first selected my custom color, and then I went and clicked on this box in order to drag the slider to the appropriate transparency. Now here's another trick. Now instead of me having to go into each and every one and repeating the steps, what I did was you can right click on this column and do copy, and I can right click and actually do paste style. So now all of the styling settings to this column will be applied to this column. Likewise for this heading, instead of going into the settings of this one to change the color, excuse me, I can right click, do copy, right click over here and do paste style. So now the colors match the previous column as well as the hover effects. And another thing that I want to do, instead of going into the settings one by one for this, since we already did this for my home page. So first let's hit update, go back to dashboard, open up the website in a new tab. Since on the home page I have already added some effects as well as color, I'm going to want to copy all of these settings and put it in my About Us page. So let's go back to our website here, home page. Let's hit edit with Elementor. I'm going to scroll down. Once again, I'm going to right click on this edit section button and do copy. Go to my About Us in Elementor, and I'm going to do right click and paste style. Okay, that did not exactly work the way I wanted to, so rather we will need to go back to Elementor on our home page, and we're going to need to copy and paste the styling from each element. So we can do right click, copy, go back to our About Us page, right click, paste. Oops, sorry. Right click, paste style. Here on our home page, rather for this column, we have motion effects. Yes, so we're going to right click, copy, go to our About Us in Elementor, right click, paste style. Perfect. And lastly, for the button on the bottom right, I'm going to right click, copy, go back to Elementor, right click, paste style. And similarly for this section over here, we can go to the home page in Elementor. We can do the same steps, or to even jump a few steps, I'm going to simply delete once again this whole section. I'm going to go to my home page in Elementor. I'm going to right click and copy this section, go to About Us in Elementor, right click over here and paste. So now we have exactly the same on both pages. Now I'm going to click on Update. And I'm going to go back to our website and hit refresh on our About Us page. So here we have our motion effects, we have our colors correct. We're going to need to fix this little padding over here if we wanted to. We have our process over here. We just saw some animations pop up with our correct color scheme, and our bottom section. So let's see how we are going to fix this padding error over here. So in our About Us Elementor editor, let's scroll up to that section to find it. And I believe the error lies with this image or this column. We're going to need to see how we're going to fix this. Now, one way to do this is by increasing some padding in between these two sections over here, or by decreasing the size of this background picture over here. So let's first try going to Edit Column over here, going into Style, and we see that we have our image set over here and the settings look correct. However, if we go to Advanced, we can see that we have some padding set up. We can start increasing the padding, or rather decreasing the padding for the bottom, and keep in mind that the link values together is not selected. So by decreasing these values of the bottom padding, we can see that we are improving the padding differences over here. And like this, it feels like it is correct. So let's hit on Update. And let's go back to our website and hit refresh. And we can see that we have our padding has been corrected. So our About Us page looks very good. Let's look at our contact page. So here, we're going to need to improve this background over here. Once again, I've updated these icon colors and I've left the last one open to our default color just to show you how to do that. And we're going to need to edit this send a message button over here to reflect our colors. And you're going to see in just a moment that it is not going to be done in Elementor. So let's go to our edit contact page in Elementor. In similar fashion, I'm going to right click this icon box, copy, and I'm going to right click over here and do paste style. So it updated the styling elements. Otherwise, I could have went in manually, gone into style and changed the icon color. So this is fine. We're going to need to change this button over here. Now, as you remember, this is a WP Forms element and there is no styling element to update over here. So how do we change this color? First, I'm going to hit Update to save these changes. And I'm going to go to my website tab, hit refresh. And we have our icon colors updated. So how do we fix this? Well, we're going to need to go into our customizer menu by hitting customize on top. Okay. And in this customizer menu, we have a bunch of settings, one of them being called global. So these are global settings for the whole website where we can change things like typography, colors, buttons, etc., etc. But for now, we're interested in this button over here. So when we click on buttons, these button color settings are for any button that is not editable in Elementor, such as a WP Forms button. So here we can see background color is going to need to be updated. So we have a normal color and a hover color. So let's go to normal. Let's click on that. And here we are presented with another color picker. And I'm going to put my custom color that I've used in Elementor to create my global color. In this case, it is DA00CB. So we can see now that the color is updated. And we can also change the background color of the hover button if we wanted to. We can keep it the same as our regular button, or we can change it to anything we want, maybe a green color. So let's leave it like that. And I'm going to go ahead and click on publish. So now if I close this, I'm now on my, let's hit refresh, I'm on my contact page. As I scroll down, we can see that my WP Forms button has been properly updated. So let's work on this background just a little bit more. In reality, I can just go ahead and change the picture altogether. It is probably a bad picture to use, but for sake of this video, let's go back to our edit contact page in Elementor, and let's work on this background just a little bit more. We hit the edit section, go into style. We can maybe put our color, our global color as a, oops, let's undo that. I wanted to go into background overlay and change the background color over here. Perhaps we want to change this to our theme color, and we can play around with the opacity. There's a lot of trial and error over here. Let's hit update, go back here and hit refresh. Already it is better. It is not amazing. And really I'm going to attribute this issue to the fact that I've selected a poor image for this background. So I wouldn't worry too much about this section. Of course, we can just put something much darker for the top. And I think that would solve a lot of the issues. If we wanted to add spacing in between these sections, going back to the edit contact page in Elementor, I can click on this section over here, edit section, go to advanced, and I can start to add padding on top. First, I want to unselect this link values together, and I can start increasing this value just to add some padding, let's say 40 pixels. Here, if I feel like we have too much padding, I'm going to click on this section, edit section, go to advanced, and I'm going to start removing padding from the bottom. And as you see, this whole section is now becoming closer and closer to these elements. So we can do something like that if we wanted to. Already this is an improvement. And likewise, I can add some padding to the top and bottom of this section by hitting Edit Section, Advanced. Now I'm going to add some padding to the top and bottom, let's say 25, and 25 to the bottom. Let's hit on Update. Let's go to my website here, hit refresh. So we can see there's some padding done over here. We have equal spacing and some padding that was added over here and at the bottom over here. I have an idea to perhaps fix this section. Let's go back to Elementor, and I'm going to want to add another heading over here. So let's click on this button on the top right, which gives me access to my elements. And I'm going to take a heading and drag it into here. Okay. First things first, we're going to go into Style, Text Color, and find my white, which is simply FFFFF. I'm going to Content. I can center the alignment. And here, instead of just writing Contact Us, I'm going to put How to Reach Us. Hit Update, go back to my website, and hit Refresh. Already, I believe it is a little bit better. And we're going to keep it like so. Now, some of the final styling settings we need to do is on our WooCommerce category pages. So let's say we go to portable speakers. We can see that we have some colors to fix. We have our buttons that got updated. That we need to first of all change this menu over here to a color that'll better reflect our website. Clearly we cannot put the same light purple / fuchsia color. We need to do something that's going to correctly clash with our white and icon for my logo. So here we need to go into Customizer. So let's click on Customize. And as usual, we're going to open up this Edit menu button over here. So we're going to click this button, which is our primary header, and into Design, we have a background color. So I'm going to click on this color, and I think something a little bit darker will be more appropriate. So let's try pure black. Pure black looks good. We have grays. We have a dark gray. Let's keep it at black. So here we have black. That's looking good. I'm going to hit Publish. And I'm going to close this for a moment and hit Refresh. So here we have our menu, which also applies to my microphone and cables page, but does not affect my transparent contact menu or my homepage menu or my About Us menu. So going back to portable speakers, we have some colors here to update. So I'm going to go back to my Customizer menu. And by default, it opens up a product catalog settings. If we go into Design and Shop Cart Styling, clearly we do not have too many options. That's okay. Let's go back to General. Here we can click on this Filter by Price, for example. Where we can edit and change the order of some of our items over here. We have some buttons at the bottom as well. So let's close this for a moment once again. Okay, back into customize. We're going to need to go into, we're going to go back. Okay, so we have, if we go back once again, we have our customizer menu. So under WooCommerce, general, we're going to leave this. Product catalog is this page over here. Product title, products title. We're going to keep this unselected. So I'm trying to find this setting. You see, it's a little bit finicky at times where, you know, if I open up my website, I'm trying to edit this title over here. And I believe this is going to be found in, if I go back once again, if I go into global and colors, I believe. So we have a theme color accent. I'm going to change this color to my custom color, which is DA00CB. I'm going to hit publish and go back to my website and hit refresh. Okay, that did not change what I wanted to change. So we're going to need to find the way to edit this color over here. Already this highlight is okay, but there is still this color over here that needs to be edited. So we're going to need to keep looking until we find the proper setting. Okay, I believe we need to go into this global palette. We're going to need to edit this first color over here. So let's click on that. And I'm going to put in once again my custom color of DA00CB. Perfect. Now I'm going to hit on publish. And if we go back to my website, let's hit refresh. And if I go to my category page of portable speakers, we can see that we have our correct colors set to my title and categories. And of course, this will apply to my other pages. And once we open up one of our products, we can see that the colors are appropriately changed as well. So with that being done, I want to say that we have concluded the styling section of this tutorial, where we have chosen our global colors. We applied it to all of our buttons. We've added some hover and entrance animations. All of our pages are looking great. And our WooCommerce pages are also properly styled. In the next section and final section, I'm going to walk you through the process of initializing your WooCommerce store, which will need to be done starting from dashboard into WooCommerce. There is going to be a step-by-step setup over here. So without further ado, we're going to jump straight into that section now. Okay, so to start the setup process for your store, we're going to click on the WooCommerce button on the left-hand side of the menu. And we're going to go step by step together. So we are welcomed by this welcome to Woo. We're going to set up my store. I can unselect this share my data prompt. So let's do set up my store. Which one best describes you? I'm starting my business. I'm already selling. I'm setting up a store for a client. So let's click on I'm just starting my business. Continue. Tell us a little bit about your store. So we're gonna have a store name. What kind of products or services do you sell? I'm gonna write electronics and computers. Where is your store located? Here I need to choose a country. So I will put United States. And I'm gonna select New York just as an example. We're gonna click on continue. So here we have some free features such as a WooCommerce payment process, payment gateway. We have a Jetpack AI assistant for blog posts and pages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep Woo payments. We can keep the WooCommerce shipping labels. Pinterest, I do not need. Jetpack AI, I will remove. I will remove Mail Poet. Google listing and ads. For now, I will remove everything unnecessary. And I will keep the WooCommerce tax rates. So we're going to click on continue. Now it is going to work on these information provided. And now we are continuing the process. So we added our products, choosing a theme. We're not going to go with that right now, since we have already set up our store theme. If we were to click that, yes, we're going to simply ignore all of this since we've made our personal theme already built. So let's go back to WooCommerce on the left. So it already ticked this off, that's fine. So now we have set up Woo Payments, which is a payment gateway which will allow you to collect payment information and actually sell your products online. So if we were to click set up Woo Payments, it takes a moment to load. So here it's actually going to bring us to another page where you need to put your email address and actually start the setup process, which I will not do for this video, but it'll be a step-by-step. But once completed, you're going to be brought to this page, which explains how you're able to offer card payments such as Apple Pay, Affirm, Afterpay, using credit cards of all kinds. So we're going to go back to WooCommerce on the left. Once you've done your setup payments, you're going to have to add your tax rates by choosing your tax partner, in this case WooCommerce, and it will set up your payment taxes automatically. So we're going to go back to WooCommerce on the left. And once you have completed all those steps, you will have many more customizing options, such as setting up a refund policy, you will be able to track your stats of your orders and sales. Now on the left hand side, we have WooCommerce. So now we're on home. If we go to orders, we can see any pending orders that are coming in. You will have a list of your customers. You'll be able to generate a report as well. Right now, there is no data to display. So let's go back to dashboard. And I'm going to close these tabs that I do not need, such as these tabs. And let's hit refresh one last time. And we're going to review our final website now. Now, before we jump into the conclusion of this video, there is one more thing that I want to address, and I have forgotten to link these buttons to the appropriate pages. So I'm going to very quickly show you how to do that. So we're going to go into Edit with Elementor on our home page. Here we have this button, which I want to link to this product page over here. So let's click on Edit button. We have room for a link. We're going to go to Portable Speakers in my other tab and go to Microphones. And I'm going to click on this product over here. So this is my product page for this microphone. I'm going to need to copy this link over here, go back to my Elementor page, and I'm going to paste it in my link over here. And we're going to have to do a similar thing for, let's say, this button over here for portable speakers. So let's click on this button. And we're going to go to my website tab, and I'm going to actually right click on my portable speakers button of the menu and do copy link address. Go back to Elementor, and I'm going to paste this link over here. So now when I click on update, and I'm going to go back to my website and go home. When I click on shop now over here, this is going to bring me to this product page. Likewise, if I go back home and scroll down to my explore now button of portable speakers, it will bring me to my portable speaker page. So keep in mind that you will have to do the same process for my microphones, audio cables, and the last button over here, and my shop now button to bring me back to this microphone product page. So I just wanted to be clear of that before we actually dive in to the conclusion. All right, we have finally made it to the end of this tutorial. In this video, I've shown you how to create a stunning e-commerce website used to sell my products of portable speakers, microphones, and audio cables. I've shown you how to build your structure of your pages, including how to change your images, text, how to add styling elements such as hover and entrance animations, how to edit your global theme color. Of course, I've walked you through the process of adding all of your products step by step with the help of ChatGPT, of course, for some content, including how to add a SKU, stock, value, pricing, and categories with tags. I've shown you how to copy and paste different sections, such as this one and this one over here, which is the same as our home page. I've shown you how to edit the colors of your WooCommerce pages in order to reflect your global colors theme. And of course, we've set up the WooCommerce store where if we were to add a product to a cart, we can have a total being updated in your menu, as well as the products being added to the cart. So when we do view cart, we are able to change our quantities, proceed to checkout, and once you have your payment gateway set up, you'll be able to correctly place your order. Now, I hope you've enjoyed this tutorial, and if you have, please consider liking and subscribing to my channel, as it will always continue to encourage me to produce awesome content for my viewers out there. So once again, my name is Sam from Sam Tech, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. If you've enjoyed this video, please consider liking and subscribing to my channel. This encourages me to create more and more content for everyone out there. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comment section below, and I will be sure to answer every single one of them. Until next time, my name is Sam. Thank you.